Yes.
No.
This is a regular meeting of the Marlin Independent School District being held December 11th, 2023, beginning at 5 p.m. in the middle school library, 678 Success Drive. The subject to be discussed or considered upon which any formal action may be taken are listed below. Items do not be taken in the same order as shown on this meeting notice. Unless we remove from the consent agenda, items identified within the consent agenda will be acted on at one time. Roll call. Board Manager Terry. Present. Board Manager Elders.
Present.
And I'm Board Manager Johnson. All three members of the board are present. We do have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Public comments?
Yes, sir. There were 2 comments. The first one related to agenda item number 10. The district has already followed through with promises of quality education for all students and hold them to a higher standard. I feel like the district is doing a great job communicating with us, keeping my child safe, and teaching my child to be a lifelong learner. Many parents, including myself, are bought in with the strategies administration has enforced. Dr. Henson has specifically even stepped up as the new principal to ensure no mistakes are ever made again, and success has been proven. The majority of parents are not behind these hateful remarks made towards the district and the personal attacks made against Dr. Henson. What really should be called into question is the amount of time and energy being required to put into this or any issue that has already been resolved by the district. Comment number 2, also relating to item number 10. Good evening, school board. I am writing to you today as a parent of 3 Marlin ISD students, including a student from last year's class of 2023. Like all parents, I was saddened by the decision to push back graduation a few weeks. However, I supported it. While I was disappointed, I believe that he made the right decision. Since then, I have been saddened by the personal attacks directed towards Dr. Henson, the school board, and Marlin ISD. Most of us see how they just won't stop. I can tell you that they do not speak for me or for many of the parents that I have spoken to. I was at the meeting when she continued to interrupt Dr. Henson while he was speaking. He put up with way more than anyone should. I am surprised he let her stay that long. Board, it's time to move on from this. We have a new football stadium on the way. And as much as I or other people hate to admit it, the golden standard thing is working. My kids are happy, their friends are happy, Marlin is winning. Board, support this man and not the few who have chosen to publicly air their grievances. I have no doubt that you won't let the opinion of a few have you believe that it is all of us, because it is not.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is recognition. The Lone Star Government Student of the Month, Lone Star Government Teacher of the Month, and the Employee of the Month.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the boards. Tonight's Student of the Month is Tyson Watkins. Tyson Watkins is 13 years old. He lives in a household of 8 with his grandpa, grandma, mother, and his 4 siblings. Sometimes he loves to play football and in the band, but he also enjoys different sports like basketball, track, and soccer. In school, his favorite subject is math. Math has always been easy for him because he feels there are many different ways to solve the problems. His least favorite subject, however, is reading because he does not like writing, editing, and reading all the passages. When he grows up, he wants to major in science, engineering, ooh, that's a lot of reading, Tyson, or stick to football because they make a lot of money. Got to read those contracts. This is his autobiography and how he would like his life to go. Join me in congratulating Tyson Watkins. Another round of applause for Tyson.
And of course, I do want to say that I was his math teacher last year for his favorite subject.
Next, for our Lone Star Governance Teacher of the Month, Ms. Leela Jones. Mrs. Jones graduated from Baylor University in 2013 with a bachelor's degree in psychology. She has one son, Michael. He's a cutie. He's age 5, and he's an avid reader and lover of animals. Mrs. Jones prides herself on being both an advocate and a safe space for all of her students. She loves her students and plans on remaining in the classroom for the remainder of her career while taking on leadership roles at the campus level when needed. Her ultimate goal is to have a former student look back on their life and say, Mrs. Jones believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself. Let's give a round of applause for Mrs. Jones.
I'm just gonna say I'm his math teacher this year.
You are. Congratulations.
Come over here for a picture. Yes. Thank you. All right, let's give them a round of applause. So this month, in honor of all the hard work that's always done here in the Marlin Independent School District, it was a hard decision on who should be the Employee of the Month. So we have not one, but two. So our first Employee of the Month is Ms. Leslie Sanders. She graduated from McLennan Community College and then transferred to Sam Houston State University, where she was on both collegiate college dance teams, earning 5 national titles. She then began her career in education and is currently in her 10th year. She received her master's degree in sports administration from Concordia University, Irvine, and is now pursuing her principal certification from Region 12. Mrs. Sanders loves to work out, go to sporting events, and find time to relax when she isn't working. Her students are her why, and seeing them thrive, grow, and succeed in life means the world to her. Let's congratulate Ms. Leslie Sanders.
It was a 50-50 chance.
All right. Our next Employee of the Month is Mrs. Ortega McDavid. She is currently our district's Assistant Athletic Director, the Dean of Students for grades 9 through 12, and the varsity head girls volleyball coach. Prior to her arrival at Marlin ISD, she served at UTRGV, which is University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley, as a student athlete academic advisor. One season as assistant women's basketball coach at McMurray University, 7 seasons as the assistant women's basketball coach at Prairie View A&M University. She is a native of Marlin, Texas. She's played basketball at Texas College in Tyler, Texas. She then pursued her educational career at Prairie View A&M University, where she made the Dean's List through the 2005 through 2008 academic years. When she wasn't playing basketball, Coach McDavid served as a coach for the Central Texas Basketball League. She did graduate from Prairie View A&M in May of 2008 with a bachelor's degree in kinesiology and a minor in health. She also graduated from Prairie View A&M in December 2010 with a master's degree in educational administration. Ortega McDavid is also the proud daughter of Terrence and Deborah McDavid and holds membership in Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Let's join hands for Coach McDavid. If you don't get over here voted. Hey, thank you. Another round of applause for all of our honorees tonight.
Congratulations to each one of you. At this time, we're going in closed session at 5:11. Prudent to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, deliberation of personnel matters. The grievances or portion of them may be conducted in closed session under one or more of the following section of the Texas Government Code. B, 551.071, to consult with the district attorney in person or by phone on a matter in which the duties of the attorney of the district under the district disciplinary rules of the professional conduct or the State Board of Texas clearly conflict with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including the conduct level 3 grievances filed by district parents. C, 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismiss of a public office of employee of the hearing and complaint of charges against the office of or employee, including conducting the 3-level grievance filed by district parent. Is there a D to this? D, 5510821, to conduct a meeting to conduct the level 3 grievances regarding public school students and personnel identification and information about the student which necessarily be reviewed by the deliberation. Thank you. We're in closed session. Do I need them? We're back in open session at 5:40. Next on the agenda is the superintendent report.
Good evening, Board President Johnson and members of the board. Tonight, we will begin with the BOM 2022 update by Mr. Jesse Bustamante.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board, Dr. Henson. The district continues to have meaningful conversations with all of our stakeholders and vendors just to ensure a successful project delivery. A few updates for our bond project. So Legion Field, the track surface is near completion. Cemetery construction has proposed to finish the track by the end of this week, assuming that the weather permits. Marlin High School, we're nearing the final stages of contract negotiations with the selected vendor, pending legal review, and a few remaining items that still need to be ironed out. We are confident that we will be able to formalize the contract in the coming days. Marlin High School gym, we're currently in the final stages of finalizing the scope of work for that project with the selected vendor. We're also actively working on a contract. A few pictures, updated pictures of Legion Field. As you can see, they started spraying the surface just to finish the surface of the track. I wanted to share, take a moment to share with you the initial draft design for the new gym. Please keep in mind that this design is still a work in progress and certain elements may change as we work towards finalizing this project. But definitely excited about where this project is heading. Wanted to share this schematic design. Moving on to our press box, we also wanted to share an initial draft of the design for the new press box that is currently under development. This design is still a work in progress, and certain aspects of this project may undergo changes as we move forward and finalizing this project. I can tell you now that the cutout that you see in the image will not be a part of the final design. Furthermore, the windows in the front will be uniformly sized across the entire press box, ensuring consistent aesthetics and functionality. This is the image from the interior. I also wanted to share some pictures from a visit that we had last week in Austin. Dr. Parker, Dr. Henson, and myself had the opportunity to shop around for some furniture for some of the projects that we're working on here in Marlin ISD. But definitely a neat experience. We got to look at a bunch of different furniture, color selection, just so we can gather a bunch of information and bring back that information to our committee to finalize the designs for those projects.
Board President Johnson, members of the board, as stated by Mr. Bustamante this past Thursday and Friday with the opportunity to go to Austin, we want to make sure that we're selecting furniture that is truly going to promote that collaborative learning spaces, is comfortable, and ultimately it looks nice. And so seeing how you have the ability to write on the wall on whiteboards, they can do custom. So right now I'm sitting in that cutout C, so we can do like the cutout MB where you plug in your cell phone and your laptop, more of a reading nook. And then of course are the various colors and designs and I guess in wood surfaces. So we're very excited about this next phase of making sure that not only do we construct a facility that promotes 21st century learning, the furniture in those student learning spaces is also going to be first class for our Bulldogs.
Are there any questions?
So that gym is going to replace the gym we currently have, or?
No, ma'am. So we'll have 2 gyms.
Okay,
Yes.
so that one's just going to be off to the side somewhere.
Yes, brand new gym. Moving on, I will be presenting 2 projects to you today for informational purposes only. Please note that these presentations are not intended for immediate approval, but rather for your awareness and consideration. We will bring a formal contract for you, for your review and approval in January for both of these projects. I'm happy to inform you about the exciting developments taking place at Legion Field. Our beloved stadium is about to undergo a remarkable transformation, and I want to share the details with you. So a CSP was released on November the 20th, seeking proposals from qualified vendors for the stadium press box construction. Scope of work is construction of a new press box, elevator and stair access, and then connection of the new press box to our existing grandstand. The timeline for this project, we released the CSP November the 20th. Proposals will be due on December the 28th, and we will come back in January for board approval to move forward and negotiate a contract with the selected vendor. Are there any questions? Stadium site work and landscaping Phase 1, a CSP, was released November 20th, seeking proposals for qualified vendors for the stadium site work and landscaping at Legion Field. Scope of work, earthwork, landscaping work, fencing, concrete surfacing, parking lot upgrades, and then some utility work. Timeline for this project, on November 20th, we released the CSP. Those proposals are due December 28th, and we will come back in January for board approval to move forward and negotiate a contract with the selected vendor. Are there any questions? Thank you.
2023-2024 Academic Supports and Communication by Mrs. Nikki Edwards.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board, Dr. Henson. It is a best practice always in business, but definitely in a school system, to under-promise and over-deliver. So I want to remind you again that we have our commitments that we communicated to our parents and our students and our family and community, and then there's the actions that we take, and that the actions that Marlin ISD takes outweighs the commitments that we have promised. Our commitments were that we will provide students with the space, technology, resources, and in-class facilitator daily, and that we will provide progress reports every 6 weeks to all of our students that are enrolled in our Texas Virtual School Network courses. Just a quick highlight again of the parent and student expectations is that students are completing their assignments and assessments, students are communicating immediately with the in-class facilitator, students are communicating immediately with their online instructor, students are meeting the 90% attendance requirement as set forth by the state of Texas, and that parents or guardians are monitoring their students' progress and communicating with Marlin High School campus administration. We have previous actions taken that are reported back in September, and I want to continue to let you know what we are doing to ensure that our students are academically successful. So on September 21st, our Texas Virtual School Network progress reports were sent home to all students. We also did a call out to let parents know that those were on their way home. We did change the master schedule on October 2nd with an approximate increase of an additional hour for intervention time for students. Our academic facilitators, which is my department, are teaching groups of students in priority areas. That began October 2nd as well. Our academic teams joined campus leadership to communicate underperformance and supports available. That began October 16th and continues every single week. We had extended day and Friday labs for all online courses, so what we began to do was we had highly qualified instructors staying after school for an additional hour for students to come in a smaller setting for additional time on task. We also opened up our building on the Fridays where students are out so that they had additional time in a safe space to be able to work. That began November 6th. We had a mandatory parent meeting on November 13th where we reshared our supports and our expectations. And then we had a senior meeting to support our Texas College Bridge, which is a graduation requirement for all of our students on December 4th. Are there any questions?
Board President Johnson, members of the board, Ms. Edwards, can you speak about the email that we received from Region 12 as it relates to the academic standing of Marlin Elementary School in regards to the state's list of low-performing schools?
Absolutely, Dr. Henson, thank you. So I received from our Region Service Center exciting news last week. Because of the historic low performance of Marlin Elementary, of course, we were under monitoring, which means that we were required to complete intervention plans. We were to do a target improvement plan. That meant that we had to meet with Region 12 and TEA monthly to let them know about the progress and the steps that we were putting in place to ensure that our students were going to be successful. After that first year under being that mandatory improvement plan, that's when we came back with the stellar performance of Marlin Elementary, where we got the rating of the B and with 3 distinctions on the campus. And we were then moved from mandatory to monitoring, where they want to make sure it's not a fluke and that you are going to continue doing what you did to progress. So we stayed on monitoring. However, if performance had not come back through, we would have been back on mandatory. With the performance of Marlin Elementary last year under the leadership of Ms. Julisha Jefferson and her team, the performance had us exited off of that plan. And so we received an email from Ms. Jessica Torres letting us know, congratulations, that you are officially off of being required to do this plan, and that is based off of 2 consistent years of marked improvement in student achievement.
So Board President Johnson, members of the board, I definitely want to thank publicly again Ms. Edwards for her leadership, Ms. Jefferson, the entire faculty and staff, and students and parents of Marlin Elementary School. That school had been on the academic list for a decade, over 10 years. So not only have we regained the accreditation for high school diplomas for students since 2014 to present day, but this, I would say, is another milestone in the history of the district to have Marlin Elementary School be exited from all state academic intervention. So once again, kudos to you, the faculty and staff, our hard-working teachers, and of course, our students who come to school every single day. So thank you very much.
No, thank you, Dr. Henson, and thank you for your support, board. This could not have been done without your support, Doc, and it could not have been done without your leadership in giving us autonomy to do what we needed to do in the best interest of our students.
Board President Johnson and members of the board, the story that we tell is the story that we live. Vision 2025, key strategic measure 7.1, which is active coverage and media mentions. Leading indicator is number of district news appearances. So we were averaging over 50 media mentions per week and continues to be higher year over year. Now that average of 50, if you notice in the month of June, I think we're fully aware of why that number was higher there in June. So we have the mentions in blue, we're roughly around in, let's say 200, but then if you look in the millions, we are reaching millions of people, 2 million people, 2.5 million people with the news of things taking place here in the Marlin Independent School District. Now, the one thing that we have to look at is positive versus negative. We have software that we're able to use and track not only print media, but social media, as well as news outlets. Once again, in the month of June, in which we would have thought that the attention would have been negative, overwhelmingly more on a nationwide level, we had more positive mentions than negative mentions, and as of right now, it's kind of beginning to taper out. But over the past 6 months, we've had always, every month when we check and monitor, more positive than negative stories as it relates to the Marlin Independent School District, so we are on target. Keeping in mind that the perception of our community, of our state, and of our nation sometimes can be their reality, so it is important that we're doing all that we can to promote the great things that are taking place for our students and faculty, but ultimately the Marlin community as a whole. Discussion of immediate needs. We're going to work with a professional photographer. We take a lot of great pictures, but continuing to add photos of just, once again, our students at work, not only for athletics, but academics, fine arts, robotics as well. Increased channel complexity. So we do a very great job of being out there on social media, but what are some other platforms that we can use now, as in LinkedIn, TikTok, having ways to still interact with our local media from KWTX to KXXN to KSN, and then continue to boost district reputation and shape community perspectives. As we mentioned and as we saw, despite the positive and negative, the positive being more than the negative, we want to make sure, like it was in June, where the positive is clearly outweighing the negative. So we have to be deliberate in boosting our district reputation. We have taken a major turn over the past 4 years, and so we have to maintain that level of momentum. So upcoming, we're going to have a calendar for various press releases. We're going to train the staff once again on how to maintain the brand, from our colors to all of our logos, and then focus more on personal narratives and stories of impact. We now want to make sure that the individualized stories of our students and of our faculty and staff is getting out there as well. Are there any questions? Financial report for November 2023, Dr. Stacy Parker Knight.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board. While money does not grow on trees, efficient fiscal management just ensure that we plant the seeds of best practices so that we can continue to effectively manage and allocate resources. This helps to ensure the provision of high-quality education. So tonight I'm going to present to you the November 2023 financial report. As you can see on the display and definitely in your packets, for our general fund, we continue to receive our local and state revenue starts to come in, and then we continue to, of course, put our high priority on expenditures in the area of instruction and then in maintenance and operations to keep the lights on and the water flowing. And so that month we are still to the good with having our revenue exceed our expenditures for the month of November. Same for our nutrition, child nutrition. Again, starting to see now that federal revenue come in with some local revenue, and then the expenditures for the month of November, we are to the good as well there with our revenue for that month exceeding our expenditures. In our interest in sinking, I'm most excited about this. While we budgeted that we will receive in this fiscal year the $2,027,554. Oh, I need reading glasses. That amount to get for our first bond payment due in February, October 1. Those statements did go out to our taxpayers, and we are starting to receive tax payments in that will go towards that debt. So you do see a slight increase in that local revenue in the interest and sinking account from the previous month. In our construction account, just want to note that this account does not mean that we are negative. We did receive, of course, our bond funds in the previous fiscal year. We noted here for your reference. The majority of those funds are in our text pool accounts, so we move monies over as we have those expenses and paid that way. The revenue that you see in those accounts are interest. It's the interest that's being earned on the pooled accounts for the construction fund. And then, as you can see, the investment report is ever growing, but if you look in your packet, you would just be able to see our various pool accounts. We do have a text pool account for local maintenance expenses where we are accruing substantial interest, as well as a construction account, both for text pool and Lone Star. We also have some funds in our Fidelity account. Those funds being invested right now with interest rates being over 5% allows us to accrue more revenue so that we can realize some of the visions of the community for our projects, as you saw from Mr. Bustamante, that gorgeous press box. So that will help get some of those bells and whistles, and then you will see our Cadence Bank accounts and the funds that are available there. In your book, you do have the complete check registry for the month of November, but I did show a snippet here, just an example of the checks that have gone out from our various accounts. Are there any questions? So on June 20th, 2022, Marlin ISD and Copperhead Solar did enter into an agreement for limitation of appraised value. That was a Chapter 313 agreement for the solar farms. In that agreement, the original start date for the valuation limitation was January 1st, 2025. I did present to the board in October that that project was anticipated to conclude earlier, and they were requesting an amendment to match that start valuation date with the conclusion of that project. Tonight, we are asking the board to grant consent for us to move forward with finalizing the amendment. They did submit the amendment to the comptroller's office for review, and the comptroller office has approved that for us to present to you tonight for consent. And so just as a recap, the reason, again, we are asking for the amendment was mainly because the project is ahead of schedule and due to finish earlier than anticipated. As the governing entity, Marlin ISD, just have to be the ones that say yes to support that amendment request. This is at no cost to the district, and that actually will be increased benefit to the district with us receiving protection payments earlier than originally anticipated, increasing some of the revenue that we will have. And this is in addition to their tax liability on the INS side for the debt. So they're already doing that and paying a large part of, some of our bond debt, as Dr. Henson has presented earlier on. But this is additional payments to our M&O accounts that will allow us some flexibility to do some extra projects. Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Johnson and members of the board. I brought to you earlier this semester the same information as it relates to the 24-25 Falls County Appraisal District nomination resolution. In working with the Falls CAD, we needed to come back before the board again because there was an error on the initial communication or form from the county. So there are 3 seats available for 2-year terms. We have Jesse Martinez, Linda Mitchell, and Shirley Melton, who are running again for Board of Directors candidates. So with your approval tonight, our votes will be distributed amongst Jesse Martinez, Linda Mitchell, and Shirley Melton. Are there any questions? This concludes the superintendent's report.
Do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
I motion we accept it.
A motion has been made. Is there a second? I'll second it. A motion has been made and second. Is there any other discussion on it? If not, we'll vote. All in favor of the consent agenda, raise your hand. Motion passed 3-0. Now we go to the action.
Yes, sir. So right now we're on number 11, action items.
All right. Next on the agenda is action item A, the board hearing the level 3 grievances of 2 parents. At this time, we will move to agenda item 11A, which is the hearing of considered and level 3 complaint filed by 2 parents. At the written request of the parent, the board will conduct the hearing in open session in accordance with Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821 of the Texas Government Code, which is commonly known as the Texas Open Meeting Act. The board may meet with its attorney, Katie Pesca, to discuss the procedural steps involved with the Level 3 agreements. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, the time is 6:05. Welcome. My name is,
Hello on the remote session. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
welcome. My name is Billy Johnson. I am the president of the Board of Managers at Marlin ISD. For the record, today is Monday, December 11th, 2023. The board is now convened in open session for the purpose of hearing a Level 3 complaint filed by Clifford and Brandon Jones. This proceeding will be recorded to ensure that the accurate record is kept, an accurate recording is kept. For the record, each person is asked to state their name, reason for attending, and relationship to Clifford and Brandon Jones is if applicable. We will start with the Board of Managers. Ms. Terry, state your name.
I'm Berlene Terry, and I'm a member of the Board of Managers.
I'm Misty Ayers, a member of the Board of Managers.
I'm Billy Johnson, member of the Board of Managers, President of the Board of Managers.
Clifford Jones, and my son is Prayer Jones.
I'm Brandolyn Jones, and I'm the mother of Prayer Jones.
And I'm Janelle Davis. I'm the attorney for the Jones family.
Thanks. For the record, a quorum is present. At this time, I would like to instruct all parties to please avoid talking when other person is speaking so that the recording will accurately reflect the proceeding. Further, please endeavor to make your oral statement as clear and complete as possible. Remember that the recording will not reflect gestures or any other form of nonverbal communication. This hearing will be conducted as an administrative presentation in according with applicable policies and laws. It will be based on the record made from the previous hearing. The board have been supplied with a copy of the record in advance of this hearing. No new issues or evidence shall be presented. This recording include the level 1 grievance, which was immediately evaluated to a level 2 grievance. The level 2 grievance said additional documents present at level 2. The level 2 response and any document the district relied upon to reach a decision at level 2. And the level 3 appeal, this is not a formal legal proceeding, and no strict rules of evidence or proceeding will apply. Each party will have an opportunity to make its presentation to the board. The parties will not be permitted to cross-examine each other. There will be an opportunity for the members of the board to ask questions or counsel or any proceeding. However, the Board of Managers are not subject to questioning by either counsel or any person in attendance. The board decision must be supported by the recorded. If action is not taken, that vote will be taken on open session following the hearing this evening. The complainant, Clifford and Brandon Jones, will present their argument based on the record first. This presentation will be followed by the administration presentation. The complainant will be allowed 15 minutes, and the administrator will be also based on 15 minutes to make their presentation. Both parties may receive time for rebuttal. Please keep in mind, this is an official school board presentation and proceeding. Messed up. And all in attendance as expected to maintain proper boardroom decorum and professionalism at all times. The only individual permitted to speak during this hearing are those individuals presenting members of the board and anyone the board asked to speak. Shall anyone feel the need to behave inappropriately or interrupting such proceedings, you may be asked to leave. Does anyone have any question as to how this hearing will be conducted?
No.
Okay,
No,
Ne-
not at this time.
thank you. Now that we have reviewed the proceeding for this meeting, it is time to determine the qualification of the board members to hear and consider this matter. I will ask each member of the board whether you can consider the information present at this time and make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. If any member of the board feels that he or she cannot do so, the board member should so state at this time and not participate in the hearing. Okay. Do we not do that? All right, Clifford and Brandon Jones, who will be making the presentation?
Oh, go ahead, Janelle.
Yeah, I have just a couple of minutes of comments to start, and then Mr. and Mrs. Jones are going to speak to the facts of what's happened. And then to the extent we have any time for rebuttal, I will most likely handle that.
You will have 15 minutes to make sure you make your presentation to the Board of Management. The Board Secretary, Ms. Terry, will keep the time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your allotted time. Clifford and Brandon Jones, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, board members. As I mentioned, my name is Janelle Davis, and I am the attorney for the Jones family. And I want to start with a quote that I read today, actually from your superintendent in a recent presentation that he gave at a conference, and where he said, "Exceptional leaders bring expectations and accountability without apology." And I share that with you all today because the Jones family has been waiting for 7 months for accountability for what happened to their son as a result of the improper and unethical and just wrong actions of Dr. Henson and several individuals on his staff. Mr. and Mrs. Jones are going to talk about the facts of what's happened with you here in a second. Before they get to that, I want to mention to you all some specific local board policies that were violated, Texas Education Code that was violated, and Texas Administrative Code. And those include the Educator Code of Ethics, which is in statute, and every certified educator in Texas, including Dr. Henson, is subject to it. If you take a look at that and you look at standards 1.1, 1.4, 1.6, 1.7, 1.10, and 3.2, all of those are implicated by the actions taken with respect to Dr. Henson towards the Jones family and Prayer Jones specifically. Texas Education Code 28.0216 addresses grading and grade decisions, and what has happened to Prayer Jones implicates that section and violates that section. Local board policy EIA was also violated, as well as policies that protect this family from retaliation for filing a grievance and filing complaint, which include FFH and FNG. I also want to address the two public comments that were made at the beginning of the meeting. One of which said, it's time to move on. We have a new football stadium to look forward to. And I just want you all, as you consider your decision tonight, to think about the message that that sends to this community. It's not, this family is not the ones making Marlin ISD or the superintendent or the school look bad. The only individual responsible for that is Dr. Henson. This whole situation could have been addressed back in May of 2023 in one day. Instead, here we are 7 months later, still arguing over grades that were changed after the fact, after the student put in the work, followed the instructions provided to him, and did everything he was asked. The message that doing nothing sends to this family and this community is that you just need to sit down, shut up, and get on board with the new golden standard. And I just, I'm sure that is not the situation and the message that you all want to send as board members. I'm sure it's not what Dr. Henson really wants to send, the message he wants to send. But unfortunately, that's how it's being perceived at this point, because what happened to this family is wrong. The retaliation that's happened is wrong. This family has been threatened with lawsuits by Dr. Henson. Prayer's mother has been mocked for her physical appearance by Dr. Henson. It's inappropriate and it needs to stop, and there needs to be accountability for it. And with that, I'm going to let Mr. and Mrs. Jones talk about what's happened to their family and how it's affected their son.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good afternoon, Board of Managers. First, let me say we are sorry that we must be here this afternoon for an issue that could have been resolved as early as June 1st. June 1st is the date that we first became aware of the fact that Prayer's computer-based English 4 and computer-based college prep course grades had been changed. This was 6 days after the official last day of school per the board-approved calendar. And after Prayer spoke to the media in an effort to help he and his classmates get answers as to why their graduation ceremony had been canceled by Dr. Henson just 48 hours before he and his classmates were to walk across the stage. Prayer was the senior class president. My husband and I take our children's academics, their education very seriously. And after meeting with Dr. Henson on June 1st, when we first became aware of the grade changes, my husband's attempt to reach a fair resolution for Prayer was unsuccessful. Fast forward to July 18th, during our level 2 hearing with Superintendent Henson, who also served as the hearing officer, we proposed 3 different options to resolve our complaint in an equitable manner and to avoid us being here today. You have a copy of all 3 proposed resolutions, but one resolution that we proposed and one that is widely practiced by almost every public high school in the state of Texas was to average Prayer's original first, second, and third 6 weeks report card grades and use that average to reflect his semester 1 grade for English 4 and college prep math, also known as CPM. Next, take the average of Prayer's original 4th, 5th, and 6th 6 weeks report card grades and use that average to reflect his semester 2 grade for English 4 and college prep math. Members of the board, students' transcript grades should always align with their 6 weeks report card grades that are reflected during the school year and not after the school year has ended. Furthermore, Prayer report cards grades during the school year were certified by his certified teachers of record. Mr. Jesse Bustamante was Prayer's English 4 teacher. Andrew Inslee was his college prep math teacher. Now, with respect to Andrew Inslee, for some odd reason, Mr. Inslee's name was removed from Prayer's report card as his teacher of record and replaced with Michael Ely's name after our level 2 hearing. But unfortunately, and yet again, despite our 3 proposed options to resolve this, Dr. Henson denied all 3 proposals on the grounds that Prayer's original grades and transcript averages for English 4 and college prep math were arbitrary, erroneous, and not consistent with district grading policy. Members of the board, as part of the evidence that we have provided to you already, you can see where I emailed Dr. Henson to obtain a copy of the grading policy specific to the district's computer-based courses that Prayer completed for English 4 and CPM. In that email, Dr. Henson stated, our policy does not delineate between computer-based grading and face-to-face grading. So the question is, if Marlin ISD had no grading policy specific to computer-based grades that Prayer was being graded on, why is he being punished and made to suffer for a grading policy that did not exist and was never enforced at any point during the 22-23 school year? More importantly, local board policy, the board policy that you have, also states, guidelines for grading shall be clearly communicated to students and parents. I repeat, your policy states grading guidelines shall be clearly communicated to students and parents. Never, and I repeat, never did Mr. Henson or anyone from the Marlin ISD leadership team inform us that Prayer's report card grades were erroneous and not in line with board policy. Not the first 6 weeks, not the second 6 weeks, not the third 6 weeks, not the fourth 6 weeks, not the fifth 6 weeks, and not the sixth 6 weeks. No communication. In fact, every 6 weeks, we were led to believe that Dr. Henson was providing the proper oversight of the personnel whom he hired. Like each of you, we trusted Darrell Henson because he is the chief executive officer of Marlin ISD, which means he, according to his contract, is to faithfully support, direct, assign, reassign, evaluate all employees of the district. Per his contract, these are his duties that are to be performed faithfully during the academic school year and not 6 days after. So, members of the board, as it appears to us, Prayer is being punished unnecessarily because Superintendent Henson did not faithfully provide the proper support and oversight of the personnel who he hired for the 2023 school year. In fact, after Dr. Henson denied all our proposed resolutions to resolve this at the lowest level possible and to grant relief to Prayer, we found out he rewarded Prayer's English teacher, Jesse Bustamante, who is also listed on our level 2 complaint, with a job promotion to athletic director.
Okay, Mrs. Jones, Board of Managers, we're going to object her last statement based on the fact that now we're entering in hearsay and personnel discussion. No new information is to be presented at this time.
It pains me to say that Mr. Henson and his leadership team, Board of Managers, has failed you. They failed us as parents last year. They failed the entire senior 2023 class. And most importantly, they have failed our son, Prayer Jones. Members of the board, unless the Texas Education Agency and the Texas Association of School Boards policies have changed, you all have the legal power, you have the legal authority. And we hope you have the moral integrity to reverse Prayer's English 4 and college prep transcript grades, GPA, and class rank to reflect his original grades as they were before the end of the 2023 school year. Next, please resubmit an amended high school transcript to the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, where Prayer is a student. We know that Prayer's transcript grades can be reversed because Dr. Henson authorized the reversal of another student's transcript specific to class rank after the school year.
Objection, hearsay. Again, stick to the original grievance information, no new information, and no discussing other community members or students.
She's
I
not
didn't state the
discussing
student name.
the student.
I'm not discussing, I'm just
There's
stating
nothing
his
wrong with what she
actions.
said.
She said we can't.
Again, no new information is to be presented, speak to only what is in the level 2 documentation to be heard in this level 3 hearing today. No new comments or commentary.
Okay, well, I think this is to cut down on my time, so I'm going to continue. Our children and we as parents did everything we were supposed to do last year during the school year. Prayer did not have the positional power to support, monitor, and evaluate his teachers and principals during the school year.
2
But
minutes
he is
left.
held accountable as if he were the district superintendent. In closing, on July 2020, this is a public comment that Dr. Henson made to the University of Houston. I want to give every student a chance to succeed in life. He went on to say, we as educators have the power to change the trajectory of every student's life. By lowering our son's transcript grades, this tells us last year that Dr. Henson wanted to give every student a chance to succeed except for Prayer Jones. Fortunately, however, Dr. Henson is absolutely correct. He's very clever. He's a very brilliant man. He's absolutely correct to state that as an educational leader, you have, and he has the power to change the trajectory of every student's life. He's absolutely correct. And given that very real fact, my husband and I are also seeking to recover damages caused by the emotional trauma, mental anguish, psychological stress that have been inflicted upon our sons in a very retaliatory and unprecedented manner. I yield the floor to either my attorney or to Mr. Billy Johnson.
We'll save any other comments for rebuttal.
Thank you, Clifford and Brandon Jones. Member of the board, I am going to ask that you hold your questions, if any, until the conclusion of the presentation by both sides. Dr. Henson, will you be making the presentation on the behalf of the administration?
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Parker, Mrs. Edwards, and Mr. Bustamante.
Thank you. You have 15 minutes to make the presentation on behalf of the administration. The board's secretary, Ms. Terry, will keep the time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your presentation, allotted time. Dr. Henson, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board. I, as the superintendent of Marlin ISD, must adhere to Marlin ISD board policies, in this case specifically EIA legal and EIA local, grading guidelines constructed and enforced by classroom teachers and campus principals, though having their contracts approved by the board, do not supersede board policy. Additionally, I have an obligation to ensure that campus-level grading errors are corrected and/or addressed and in alignment with board policies. EIA legal states that an examination or course grade issued by a classroom teacher is final and may not be changed unless the grade is arbitrary, erroneous, or not consistent with the district grading policy applicable to the grade as determined by the board. The board has adopted policy, their determination, EIA local, which specifically outlines how grades shall be related to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, guidelines for grading, grading processes, and grading period procedures. After review of the information provided in Marlin ISD board policy, it has been determined that the grades on prayers report cards and transcripts throughout the 22-23 school year, specific dates outlined in the grievance complaint and attachments for English 4 and college prep math are arbitrary, erroneous, and not consistent with the district grading policy applicable to the grade. The Ascender Teacher Gradebook Assignment Audit Report outlines the category, major or minor, assignment and grade entered by the teacher for all assignments during the 22-23 school year for fall semester cycles 1 through 3 and spring semester cycles 1 through 3. English 4, attachment 1, which you have, college prep math, attachment 2. For English 4, attachment 1, during the 22-23 school year, assignment grades were only entered during semester 1, cycle 1. No assignment grades were entered for semester 1, cycles 2 and 3, nor semester 2, cycles 1, 2, and 3. Policy EIA local states that teachers will record grades using the district's electronic handbook, Ascender. Teachers will post assignment grade, a minimum of 2 grades per week, by 11:59 p.m. of the preceding Sunday of the assignment due date. To be in alignment with EIA local, semester 1, cycle 1, which was 6 weeks in length, there should have been a minimum of 12 grades entered. Additionally, there was only 1 major assignment with the weight of 30%. Policy EIA local states that no one assignment can be worth more than 15% of the final grade. Therefore, for the only cycle in which grades were entered into the electronic gradebook, which you have in attachment 1, it is evident that there is no alignment with policy EIA local, making the semester 1, cycle 1 grade arbitrary, erroneous, and/or not consistent with the district grading policy. With no grades being entered into the gradebook for any other semester nor cycle, the initial grades on the report cards and transcripts for English 4 are arbitrary, erroneous, and not consistent with the district grading policy. Therefore, the finality of the grades on the report cards and transcripts are not in alignment with board policies EIA legal and EIA local. For college prep math, attachment 2, during the 22-23 school year, assignment grades were entered during semester 1, cycles 1, 2, and 3, and semester 2, cycles 2 and 3. No assignment grades were entered for semester 2, cycle 1. For the semesters and cycles in which graded assignments were entered, the number of grades per week and/or the relation of the graded assignments to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills were not in alignment with policy EIA local. For example, multiple assignments in various semesters and cycles were assigned based on the percent complete in the course, which is a behavior of the student. Policy EIA local states that grading guidelines shall ensure that grading reflects a student's relative mastery of an assignment and that a sufficient number of grades are taken to support the grade average assigned. Percent complete is a behavior of the student and does not reflect a student's relative mastery of an assignment, therefore making the assigned grades arbitrary, erroneous, and not consistent with the district grading policy. Additionally, semester 1, cycles 1, 2, and 3, and semester 2, cycles 2 and 3 did not have a sufficient number of grades entered in the electronic gradebook. EIA local states that teachers will post assignment grades a minimum of 2 grades per week, with the graded assignments and number of assignments listed in attachment 2 The initial grades on the report cards and transcripts for college prep math are arbitrary, erroneous, and not consistent with the district grading policy. Therefore, the finality of the grades are not in alignment with the board policies, EIA legal and EIA local. The grades listed on press report card, emailed July 20th, 2023, and final transcript accurately reflect the grades he earned in English 4 and college prep math at the completion of the year-long course. At the conclusion of the 22-23 school year, in Edgenuity, the student earned and the parent acknowledges grades of 76 and 87. I will yield time to Dr. Stacy Parker.
Good evening, Board, President Johnson, members of the board. I'd also like to add, in addition to Dr. Henson's statements, that in an initial call in May, I received from Mrs. Jones. She phoned to inquire about the GPA calculations. Her questions during that call centered around the courses that would factor into students' GPA and rank. She stated that she had hand calculated Prayer's grades that she had, and noted that she was not getting the same calculation as it related to GPA and ranking. I referred her during that call to the EIC local policy and informed that all classes would factor into the rank and GPA, with the exception of the exclusions noted in that policy. During that call, there was also no concerns that were raised by Mrs. Jones regarding Prayer's grades in any of his courses. The call, however, in me generated a need for the district to just reiterate and ensure board policy, which is our clear communication made readily available to all community members and staff via our website, that we were to ensure that that was being followed, and that was EIC local for GPA and ranking regulations, as well as EIA local for the grade calculation and grading policy. Also wanted to note clear communication in the absence of from the high school principal and or counselor teacher that undiscovered erroneous actions does not negate the error nor the responsibility to make such corrections no matter the date of discovery, and that was another noted in the conversation that I had. Thank you.
I would like to yield time to Mrs. Nikki Edwards.
Good evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board. I would like to reference an email that was sent between Ms. Brandolyn Jones and Mr. John Inslee in reference to the report card grades, in which what was highlighted, he assured that Prayer's grade will reflect the quality of work he has done and not the amount during the second 6 weeks. The quality of work that was completed, which is in alignment with our legal and local framework for EIA, that all grades will reflect students' reflective mastery of the course. Additionally, there was a reference in the emails that state about the grading scale that we had decided. As a former principal in the district as well, I know principals do not have the power to create grading scales or policies. Board policy dictates grading scales. So whatever was referenced here in the grading scale was not in alignment with our district policy. What is in alignment with district policy is that a final grade that is assigned will always reflect what the student has truly demonstrated as far as mastery of content. That is what our policy says. Ms. Brandolyn Jones also spoke regarding averaging grades, which is definitely a standard practice that we average 6 weeks grades to get the final grade when those grades are correct. We cannot take the average of erroneous grades to get a final grade.
I yield time to Mr. Jesse Bustamante.
Board President Johnson, members of the board, I want to share some information with you regarding my role as a teacher at Moreland High School, specifically during the tenure of former principal and counselor during the 2022-2023 school year. It is important for me to clarify that I diligently carried out my responsibilities as a teacher based on the instructions and guidance provided by the former principal and counselor. This includes documented email exchanges in which the former principal detailed the specific grade matrix he wanted me to use for Prayer Jones' English 4 class, which I was teaching.
In conclusion, Texas Administrative Code, Title 19, Part 7, Chapter 242, E7 states that a superintendent understands, values, and is able to apply laws, policies, and procedures fairly, wisely, and consistently. Thank you.
Anybody
can't
have any
hear him.
questions? Any time left
40 seconds.
for both?
No, 40 seconds and 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay. You have 40 seconds, Ms. Ms. Jones, if you have any question, wish to,
I would just like to say in response to Dr. Parker's recollection, that was in reference to the report card and transcript that we reviewed at the board meeting on, that actually came to get the transcript, and she and I spoke right before the board, that where he had A's, he had the 90s something and another 90 for both college prep and college and English 4. And everything that is being stated that Dr. Henson just referenced, that law, that should have been done during the school year, during the time that you all adopted a calendar for a reason. You adopted an academic calendar and approved it for a reason. And so all of those job duties that he detailed should have been done during the 2023 school year and not after, because it has harmed my son.
thank you. In response, Doctor?
No further comment.
Pardon me?
No further comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Member of the board, are there any questions we need to address? No, okay. Okay. If there are no question from the board members, this concludes this proceeding. At this time, the board will go into executive session to consider the information presented. No decision will be made in closed session. Following the board discussion, the board will reconvene in open session. The board will now go into executive session at.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, Dr. Henson and the individuals who made the presentation on behalf of the administration are not going to be present in that executive session, correct?
Correct.
6:48.
6:48. On the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821. We will then reconvene into open session to take action if appropriate.
And so the code sections that you read, Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, those are the code sections related to consultation with your attorney, is that correct?
Correct.
So y'all are going into executive session to consult with your attorney so she can advise y'all what to do?
We have that option if we want.
Right. And she's paid by the school district?
Nope. We will reconvene into open session to take action if appropriate. Thank you very much for you being here tonight. We're in closed session. The board is now reconvened in open session after deliberation, the level 3 appeal filed by the two parents in closed session. The time is now 7:03. In accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, any action regarding the matter must be taken in open session. Do I have a motion on the level 3 complaint?
I move that the board deny the level 3 grievance, thereby denying the requested relief.
I second it.
I have a motion by Board Manager Elders and a second by Board Manager Terry. Is there any discussion on this matter? Okay, we have a vote. Is it motion to vote? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. We have 3 for and 0 against, and no abstain. And released, and the board have voted to deny the grievance. You will receive a written confirmation of this decision. We will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Hmm?
I move we adjourn the meeting.
All right.
I second.
A second. We have a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting.
Janelle, did you have something that you were trying to say?
Oh, I mean, there's another grievance. Are y'all not gonna hear the other grievance of the other parent tonight, or?
Each is separate.
Okay, so you're just adjourning the part of the meeting related to?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion, do we vote again? The motion passed 3-0 to adjourn. Ready? At this time, we will move to agenda item 11C, which is to hear and consider a level 3 complaint filed by a parent at the written request of the parent. The board will conduct this hearing in open session in accordance with section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821 of the government code, which is commonly known as the Texas Open Meeting Act. The board may meet with its attorney, Katie Prescott. The discussion, the procedural steps involved with the legal level 3 appeal. Prudent to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. The time is 7:10. Got the recording. Welcome. My name is Billy Johnson. I am president of the Board of Managers at Marlin ISD. For the record, today is Monday, December 11th, 2023. The board is now convened in closed session for the purpose of hearing a level 3 complaint filed by Monica Johnson. The proceeding will be recorded to ensure that an accurate record is kept. For the record, each person is asked to state their name, reason for attending, and relationship to Monica Johnson, if applicable. We will start with the board members.
I'm Berlene Terry, and I'm a member of the Board of Managers.
Misty Ayers, member of the Board of Managers.
And I'm Billy Johnson, president of the Board of Managers. We will start with she didn't do her there. You may do. She didn't say anything.
Yeah, Monica, go ahead and introduce for the recording and stuff, state your name and
My
your
name is
role.
Monica Johnson, and my daughter is Nakia Mullen that attended Marlin ISD.
And I'm Janelle Davis, Ms. Johnson and her daughter's attorney.
For the record, a quorum is present at this time. I would like to instruct all participants to please avoid talking when another person is speaking, so that the recording will accurately reflect the procedure. Further, please endure to make your oral statements as clear and complete as possible. Remember that the tape recording will not reflect gestures or any other form of nonverbal communication. This hearing will be conducted as an administrative presentation in accordance with applicable policies and laws. It is being based on the record made from the previous hearing. The board has been supplied with a copy of the record in advance of this hearing. No new issues or evidence shall be presented. The record in it include the level 1 grievance, which was immediately excavated to a level 2 grievance. The level 2 grievance, any additional document present at level 2. The level 2 response and any document the district relied upon to reach a decision at level 2. And the level 3 appeal, this is not a formal legal proceeding, and no strict rules of evidence or pursuit will apply. Each party will have an opportunity to make its presentation to the board. The party will not be permitted to cross-examine each other. There will be an opportunity for the member of the board to ask questions or counsel or any president. However, the member of the board are not subject to questioning by either council or any person in attendance. The board decision must be supported by the records. The vote will be taken in open session following the hearing this evening. The complainant, Monica Johnson, will present her argument based on the record first. This presentation will be followed by the administration presentation. This complaint will be allowed 15 minutes, and the administration will be allowed 15 minutes to make their presentation. Both parties may reserve time for rebuttal. Please keep in mind this is a official board, school board presentation. And all in attendance are expected to maintain proper boardroom decor and professionalism at all times. The only individual permitted to speak during this hearing are those individuals presenting members of the board and anyone the board asks to speak. Shall anyone feel the need to be inappropriate or interrupt such proceeding, you may be asked to leave. Does anyone have any questions as to how this hearing will be conducted?
No.
Now that we have reviewed the procedure to the hearing, it is time to determine the qualification of the board members to hear and consider this matter. I will ask each member of the board whether you can consider the information presented at this hearing and make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. If any member of the board feel that he or she cannot do so, the board members should so state at this time and not participate in the hearing. Monica Johnson, who will be making the presentation?
I will.
Thank you. You will have 15 minutes to make your presentation to the board. The board secretary, Ms. Terry, will keep the time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left on your allotted time. Monica Johnson, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Good afternoon, Board of Managers. My name is Monica Johnson, and I was born and raised here in Marlin, Texas. I graduated from Marlin ISD in 1999. My children attended Marlin ISD here in Falls County, where my daughter, Makia Moling, was ranked #1 the whole 2023 senior year in Marlin ISD. My daughter rank was changed from #1 to #3 6 days before graduation. So I filed my first complaint June 7th, 2023. My level 2 hearing was June 13th. At that hearing, my first request was for a simple apology for my daughter and I for being taken through such an emotional, traumatic experience. I was denied that by Superintendent Henson, who was serving as the hearing officer. My second request was for my daughter rank to be changed back to #1. I was denied that on the hearing summary, but June 21st, I was given another transcript by Mrs. Parker, where my daughter rank was switched back to #1. My third request was for a citation that Henson had made a false statement in order to get against me be removed. I was granted that, but I would like for Henson to be held accountable for lying to get the citation that would have barred me from the school an entire year. I still have a son that's a sophomore at Marlin ISD. Henson talked to me about changing my daughter to #3 at a mandatory parent meeting. I have 2 statements from parents who were attending that meeting. Henson also did everything he could so my daughter would not be recognized for being valedictorian. My daughter wasn't recognized as valedictorian on the 2 most important ceremonies in a senior's life. She was denied her valedictorian speech at Marlin ISD, has always done. He wouldn't even let her walk in first and to be seated first to receive her diploma. Her name is not on any of the ceremony programs as valedictorian. My daughter and I have.
I'm going to go ahead and just object, Ms. Johnson, new issue, just only can present testimony on this original level 2 grievance documentation.
And this is all related, and it's not a formal legal proceeding, so objections are inappropriate. Go ahead, Monica.
My daughter and
It's
I.
new information, so stated objection, but it's new information that is clearly stated to not be presented in this grievance. You can't present new information.
Go ahead, Monica.
My daughter and I have nothing, Nothing to show that she was the valedictorian of class of 2003. Precious and priceless memories I can never get back. Nothing to even show my grandchildren one day. My daughter was number one, and there was no tie. Miss Clifton told my daughter and I that she had a little gap on everyone, so she was for sure the valedictorian on April 26th. This experience has been devastating for my family. My daughter had to see a therapist, still mentally struggling with everything. We did everything as a student and a parent is supposed to do. Did not deserve any treatment like so. I want a public apology and hence to be publicly recommended for breaking the retaliation policy. I am also asking for recovery of damages for mental anguish, pain, and suffering. I'm finished.
I've got a couple of things to add. We have time, I'm assuming, right? 7:21, so, okay. Um, on behalf of Ms. Johnson, I want to add a couple of things. Um, it is, quite frankly, y'all, really, really disappointing that we're sitting here today. As the Marlin ISD Board of Managers, you all are the ones who are supposed to provide oversight of the superintendent and what he is doing. Unfortunately, as seems to be the case across our state, school boards simply don't want to do this anymore. They do whatever their superintendents tell them to do. And it is my hope that you all would be willing to deviate from that trend and actually do the job that you've sworn an oath to this community to do. How are we supposed to expect our children to act with integrity when their own teachers and administrators do not? Parents like Ms. Johnson are not the ones making anyone look bad. Ms. Johnson is not the one who changed student rankings at the end of the school year without warning. She's not the one who changed government documents to put a dead teacher's name as the teacher of record. She's not the one who used her authority to have a criminal trespass warning issued to try and keep a parent from their children's activities. She is simply trying to get accountability for a wrong that was done to her and her daughter. And it's not as if any of us wants to be sitting here. You know, I referenced the comments made at the beginning of the board meeting earlier that people just want this family to move on. Do you think she wants to be sitting here with you all 6 months later, still trying to address an issue that she tried to address informally for months? Unfortunately, the person that she's complaining about investigated himself, which is patently insane, quite honestly. And unfortunately, he doubled down on his behavior and he's used his staff to support him. And that's resulted in countless hours of wasted time on an issue that it could have been resolved very quickly. Dr. Hinson and his staff have violated multiple provisions of the Texas Education Code, the Texas Educators Code of Ethics that's found in state statute under the Administrative Code, Marlin ISD local board policies, and state and federal law that protect individuals like Ms. Johnson from retaliation after they file complaints. And unfortunately, it appears as though he believes he's untouchable, and he is the golden child who's simply trying to get everyone to just adopt a golden standard and move on and forget things that have happened in the past. Unfortunately, what's been forgotten in all of this is the student at the center of it, who had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity taken away from her without justification. And when her mother simply tried to address that issue, she has been retaliated against and maligned and defamed in this community and by the superintendent. And if we have any time left, we'd like to reserve that for rebuttal after the district's presentation.
Minutes and 40 seconds. 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica Johnson. Member of the board, I am going to ask that you hold your questions, if any, until the conclusion of this presentation by both sides. Dr. Henson, Will you be making the presentation on behalf of the administration?
Board President Johnson, yes, sir. Myself, and I will also be yielding time to Mrs. Edwards and Dr. Stacy Parker.
You have 15 minutes to make the presentation on behalf of the administration. The board secretary, Ms. Terry, will keep time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your presentation, allotted time. Dr. Henson, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Board President Johnson, I, as a superintendent of Marlin ISD, must adhere to all board policies. During the graduation audit, May 18th through 21st, 2023, conducted by myself, Dr. Parker, and Mrs. Edwards, we noticed discrepancies in transcripts as it relates to board policies EIC local, EIA local, and FEC local. The following are the findings that relate specifically to grade point average calculations for the class of 2023, cohort 2023. The district was presenting grade point averages for each student's cumulative GPA calculation when policy states that it should have been presented as a numerical average when determining local honors, all students impacted. Summer courses were being included in the GPA calculation when they should not have been. According to local policy, courses taken during summer school should be excluded from GPA calculations, 6 students impacted. Wrong grade was included in GPA calculation, 1 student impacted. Grades were being weighted as advanced courses and calculated in the GPA when they should not have been, 1 student impacted. CTE courses were not included in the GPA calculation when they should have been. We ensured that all courses, including CTE courses, were included in the GPA calculation, excluding summer school, local credits, distance learning, physical education. After the first 2 courses, credits, 2 students were impacted. CTE courses taken in middle school were not being included in the GPA calculation when it should have been. According to local policy, grades earned in high school courses taken at any grade level should be included in the GPA calculation, 1 student impacted. Fine arts courses were not being included in the GPA calculation when it should have been. We ensured that all courses were included in the GPA calculation as stated in local policy, excluding summer school, local credits, distant learning, physical education after the first 2 courses/credits, 5 students impacted. The second year of physical education was not included in the GPA calculation when it should have been, 1 student impacted. Distance learning courses were included in the GPA calculation when it should not have been, 1 student impacted. According to board policy EIC local, for the purposes of determining honors to be conferred during graduation activities, the district shall calculate class rank in accordance with this policy and administrative regulations by using grades available at the time of the calculation at the end of the second week of the final 6-week grading period of the senior year. As mentioned in the complainant form during the town hall on May 24, 2023, it was stated that Marlin ISD has always used the grades at the end of the 5th 6 weeks to determine class rank. I stated that I was unfamiliar with that practice because it is not our policy, nor have we determined local graduation honors at the end of the 5th 6 weeks during my tenure in the district. Additionally, it is important to note that the date issued of EIC local is February 19, 2019, attachment 1. Therefore, EIC local has not been changed by board action or myself. Our Marlin ISD board policy is housed on the Texas Association of School Boards Policy online website. I nor any Marlin ISD employee have editing access to update our board policies on their website. The URL address for Marlin ISD board policy is https://pol.tasb.org, policy online, !key, =455. The district only has access to edit content on our own website, marlinisd.org. During the town hall meeting on May 24, 2023, I stated that a recalculation/reverification of GPAs would have to take place to be in accordance with board policies, EIC local, EIA local, and FEC local. Ms. Johnson stated 3 to 5 times in a threatening tone, "Let my baby not be number 1," as she made a motion with her hand. She was given a verbal warning at that time by a district employee to cease the behavior. during the 9th through 12th grade parent meeting on May 30th, 2023, as I was speaking about the media not being present at positive events. She stated by interrupting me 3 times, "It's because you lied/lie." I did not mention her daughter or her class rank. Class ranks were not finalized on May 30th, 2023. As she continued to interrupt me during the meeting, she was given a verbal warning by Police Chief John Simmons. Her behavior of interrupting me continued until she was no longer in the meeting. On May 30th, 2023, she made the following post via her Facebook account, MJ Johnson. "You may be able to kick me out of the meeting, but you will not be able to keep me out of your ass." Attachment 2. She made the following comment below her post. "To a name, yes, he think he can just say anything to people, but I'm not the one or the two, and he going to definitely remember me." Attachment 2. On June 1, 2023, she received a criminal trespass from Police Chief John Simmons, which I revoked prior to graduation. At this time, I would like to yield time to Mrs. Nikki Edwards.
Thank you, Board President Johnson and members of the board. In Ms. Johnson's statement, that in her grievance, she mentioned that on 4/26 at a parent meeting that the counselor confirmed that her daughter had completed all requirements for graduation at that time. It is not possible for for confirmation of all graduation requirements to be completed as school was still in session and all students, no grades were finalized for all students. Ranking is done after all grades are complete. And so while the ranking may have been furnished on a transcript at that time, again, we wait until all grades are completely finalized in order to get an official ranking at that time. She also stated that the guidelines had been changed for determining honors. Guidelines, I'm assuming, means policy, and policy, as Dr. Henson stated, and which is also in the attachment, our lost policy was updated in February 2019, which would have been 6 months prior to the students' freshman year. And so those policies for grading were in place the entire 4 years of being in session. I was in the meeting with Dr. Henson where Ms. Johnson was asked to leave after several statements where there was interruptions to the meeting at hand. My take from being at that meeting was we were there to be with parents in an orderly fashion to present information for all parents, to quell any fears and to make sure that everyone understood that for the betterment of all students, we are going through with a fine-tooth comb all grades to ensure that if a student does graduate, which they did, and they get their grades, they are accurate and in alignment with policy. Any rankings would be in alignment with policy, any GPAs would be in alignment with policy. And any parent that would disrupt that meeting during that time would be asked to leave for the betterment of all students. And I will pass it to Dr.
I would like to yield time to Dr. Stacy Parker.
So, in speaking with Mrs. Johnson, as she did reference in her testimony, we did have a phone conversation regarding her daughter's rank. I did explain during that phone call that the EIC local policy, again, dated in 2019, that all classes would factor into rank and GPA calculations, with the exception of the exclusions that were noted in policy. Mrs. Johnson stated during that call that she has only known in her tenure in Marlin for the 4 main courses, English, Math, Science, and Social Studies, to be included in the GPA and rank calculations. I continue to explain that this statement and practice is in conflict with the policy EIC local. I informed that the stated perception of the practice of 4 core classes was not in board policy, and as I've stated, any undiscovered erroneous actions does not negate the error nor the responsibility to make corrections no matter the date of discovery, as Mrs. Johnson continued to ask that policy be ignored because so that her daughter's rank would not potentially change. So during that call, well. We did have several discussions. The policy was referenced, that the policy was never changed. And if in fact, in light of our audits, we discovered that there were erroneous calculations, that would cause for a readjustment. And also in EIC local, that policy also stated that the highest ranking graduate for purposes shall be considered, and receiving the honor graduate certificate. No mention in EIC local policies or governance do not govern actual ceremonial activities.
Board President Johnson, as mentioned by Dr. Parker, there is no board policy on graduation speeches, seating order, or what is listed in the program. I'd also like to bring your attention specifically to request relief number 2. It states, for the number 1 rank to be given back to her daughter. We have to keep in mind that class rank is determined by board policy EIC local, and it's stated to be given back using the original guidelines of 4 core courses over the last 4 years. Once again, class rank is determined by board policy EIC local. The district applied the same class rate calculation and method and rules for local graduation honors for all students in the graduating class, regardless of the school year in which a student first earned high school credit. After the recalculation, the student in question did tie for the number 1 rank. At that point, we conclude our presentation.
We have 4 minutes left.
Minutes. On the right page.
I'm sorry.
If any party wish to use remaining time for rebuttal.
Go ahead, Monica.
Okay, I would like to actually play the recording of that movie, what I actually, that meeting, what I actually said. And on this recording, you're able to hear what I said, what Mr. Henson said, and you're also able to hear that there's no district employee jumped in to say anything. Because I wasn't out of order, I was upset because my daughter rank had been changed. Am I able to play that?
Board President Johnson, no new issues or evidence shall be presented at the level 3 hearing.
Okay. No, you
It's
may
all
not.
part of the same issue. It's the same issue. It's evidence she's already talked about.
And then they're saying something that did not happen, and I have proof that no one stepped in as a district employee to tell me anything. And it also shows that how calm Mr. Henson was after that, and he heard me move along. It shows that I did not
New
bring him in
evidence.
the way.
Is that new evidence? Okay, no new evidence can come in at this time.
Do you want to add anything else, Monica?
Also, Ms. Parker, she never spoke with me on the phone. She never gave me a call. So that whole conversation that she said we had does not exist. The only time I talked to Ms. Parker is when I picked up the transcript from her on June 21st. She handed it to me, and we didn't even speak then. She smiled, I smiled, and I left.
Anything else before I close? Okay. So I have a couple things I want to add. And first of all, here's the problem with this whole process, y'all. And I realize this is probably falling on deaf ears, but for anybody who's listening, this is the problem in our schools right now. Because you have administrators who are making stuff up against this parent, and this board and the superintendent are denying her the right to present evidence to contradict those lies. It's wrong, it's unethical, and it's not going to be tolerated by this family. This is not the end of this grievance, just so y'all know. You think time has been wasted now? Get ready for some more, because y'all will not do the right thing. This is so wrong. She just wants to play a little simple recording, and you won't even let her do that. It's absolutely ridiculous. It sounds to me from the district's presentation that Dr. Henson and his followers, staff, whatever you want to call them, were not providing the necessary oversight to ensure that whatever the district policy was on grades and rank was actually even being followed during the school year. Nobody was paying attention to make sure it was being followed until a couple days before graduation, all of a sudden everybody goes, oh crap, maybe we have a problem here. And guess who suffers for that? The students. They're the ones who can't make any of this up. They don't get another chance to be high school graduates. They don't get another chance to give a valedictorian speech. But Dr. Henson and his staff just get to move on down the road and tell everybody to get over it and shut up and look forward to the new football stadium. It's wrong. You guys have the ability to provide appropriate oversight, to do the right thing, to make it right, to refer this superintendent and his staff to the State Board of Educator certification for investigation of ethics violations, and you need to do it because what's happened to this family is wrong. Dr. Henson sat there and said there were no policies, on speeches, seating programs, anything like that related to graduation. If that's the case, then he had every authority and discretion to let this student give a speech, to seat her first, all of those things. He refused to do it because he was pissed off at this mom and he wanted to retaliate against her. It's wrong. Y'all need to do the right thing. You have anything else, Monica?
Thank you. Member of the board, are there any questions we may need to address? If there are no more questions from the board, this concludes this proceeding. At this time, the board will go into executive session to consider the information presented. No decision will be made in closed session. Following the board discussion, the board will reconvene in open session. The board will now go into executive session at 7:46 p.m. under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821. We will then reconvene into open session to take action if appropriate. Thank you very much for being here tonight. We're in closed session.
The board is now reconvening in open session after deliberating the Level 3 appeal filed by one parent in closed session. The time is now 8:09. In accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, any action regarding this matter must be taken in open session. Do I have a motion on the Level 3 complaint?
I move that the board deny the level 3 of grievances, therefore denying the request. Leave.
I have a motion by Billy Johnson and a second by Terry Berlin. Is there any discussion on this motion? Having none, let's take a vote. Everyone for, raise your hand. 3 for, 0 against, 0 abstain. The board has voted to deny the grievance. You will receive written confirmation of this decision. I now enter a motion to adjourn this hearing.
I'll second it.
The motion has been made and the motion passes. At this time, we move to agenda item number 11E, which is to hear and consider a level 3 complaint filed by a parent at the written request of the parent. The board will conduct this hearing in open session in accordance with sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821 of the Texas Government Code, which is commonly known as the Texas Open Meetings Act. The board may meet with its attorney, Katie Pesco, to discuss the procedural steps involved with this level 3 appeal pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 55.071. The time is 8:12. Welcome. My name is Misty Ehlers. I am a member of the Board of Managers at Marlin ISD. For the record, today is Monday, December 11th, 2023. The board is now convened in in open session for the purposes of hearing a level 3 complaint filed by Monica Johnson. This proceeding will be recorded to ensure that an accurate record is kept. For the record, each person is asked to state their name, reason for attendance, and relationship to Monica Johnson, if applicable. We will start with the board members.
I'm Berlin Terry, and I'm a member of the Board of Managers.
I'm Billy Johnson, President of the Board of Managers.
Misty Ehlers, a member of the Board of Managers. For the record, a quorum is present. At this time, I would like to instruct all participants to please avoid talking with another person is speaking so that record will appropriately reflect the proceedings. Further, please endeavor to make your oral statements as clear and complete as possible. Remember that the tape recording will not reflect gestures or any other form of nonverbal communications. This hearing will be conducted as an administrative presentation in accordance with the applicable policies and laws. It will be based on the record made from the previous hearings. The board members have been supplied with a copy of this record in advance to this hearing. No new issues or evidence shall be presented. This record includes the level 1 grievance, which was immediately elevated to a level 2 grievance. The level 2 grievance, any additional documents presented at level 2, the level 2 response, and any documents the district relied upon to reach a decision at level 2, and the level 3 appeal. This is not a formal legal proceeding, and no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Each party will have an opportunity to make its presentation to the board. The parties will not be permitted to cross-examine each other. There will be an opportunity for the members of the board to ask questions of counsel or any presenter. However, the members of the board are not subject to questioning by either counsel or any person in attendance. The board's decision must be supported by the record. The vote will be taken in open session following the hearing this evening. The complainant, Monica Johnson, will present her argument based on the record first. This presentation will be followed by the administration's presentation. The complainant will be allotted 15 minutes, and the administration will also be allotted 15 minutes to make their presentations. Both parties may reserve time for rebuttal. Please keep in mind, this is an official school board proceeding, and all attendants are expected to maintain proper boardroom decorum and professional conversation at all times. The only individual permitted to speak during this hearing are those individuals presenting, members of the board, and anyone the board asks to speak. Should anyone feel the need to behave inappropriately or interrupt such proceedings, you may be asked to leave. Does anyone have any questions as to how this hearing will be conducted? Now that we have reviewed the procedures for the hearing, it is time to determine the qualifications of the board members to hear and consider this matter. I will ask each member of the board whether you can consider the information presented at this hearing and make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. If any member of the board feels that he or she cannot do so, the board member should so state at this time and not participate in the hearing.
Fine.
Let the record reflect that each member of the board present has indicated that he or she could consider the information presented at this hearing and make a decision in a fair and impartial manner. Monica Johnson, who will be presenting?
Can I just clarify something? This is specifically the grievance related solely to the criminal trespass warning? That's the second grievance y'all are addressing right now? That was all related to the other grievance, so I guess I'm just trying to clarify.
Right, because I was prepared
separately.
for this green, but I wasn't prepared for the other green. I didn't know it was today to either, but again.
That was submitted on June the 11th.
This is, Ms. Johnson, this is the grievance you submitted on June 11th, 2023.
My response.
And Dr. Henson's response was July 13th of 2023.
Yeah, that was about him at the meeting where he got me escorted out in the citation, and him and Mr. Chief Simmons preventing me from recording the meeting. I did not know we were going over that today, though.
Okay.
And that was uploaded and sent. Yes.
All right. Did you receive all the emails, Ms. Johnson?
I received the email for my daughter's rank.
Are you prepared to do this tonight? This was also on our posted board agenda.
Can y'all just give us just a minute?
Yes, ma'am. This will be part of your 15 minutes.
Are you really? Y'all, honestly, I mean, do you guys even care about giving the appearance of objectivity here?
Please remember, we are to be using professional conversation at this time.
I'm sorry, what about my conversation was not professional? I'm asking y'all to give us a minute so I can confer with my client, for goodness sakes. I'm just asking for a minute, and you're gonna sit there and tell me it's part of my 15? You're letting Dr. Henson speak to you every 5 seconds.
Go ahead and confer with your client, ma'am.
It's on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just waiting on Ms. Johnson to get back on, but we'll go ahead and do the presentation tonight. Otherwise, it'll be another 6 months before we get back on the schedule, so we'll get it done.
Okay.
Ma'am, just remember,
Yes.
please, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Davis, professional behavior for this proceeding, please. Kind of watch our attitudes and our tones, please.
And again, I don't feel like I'm being unprofessional, so I appreciate the reminder. Go ahead, Monica.
Monica, will you be the one making the presentation?
Yes.
All right, you will have 15 minutes to make your presentation to the board. The board's secretary, Ms. Terry, will keep the time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your allotted time. Monica Johnson, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Okay. Okay. There was a mandatory meeting May 31st for the 9th through 11th grade. The parents were supposed to attend. At the beginning of the meeting, Henson had told everyone to put their phones up and do not record. At that meeting, Henson told Chief to make me put my phone up. I told Chief Simmons I'm not recording him, but I do have the right to record it if I want to. Chief Simmons tells me no, you can't. I continued to read something I was reading on my phone at the time, and Henson asked everyone why the news channel was not here today. Why did they not come today? I said the reason why they're not here today is because you lied to them the last time. Why would they come back? At that time, Dr. Henson was upset, and he started taunting me about changing my daughter to rank number 3. He repeated, number three is a good place to be. Number 3 is a good place to be. And he repeated it like 3 more times until I caught on. And I stated to him that, yes, you cheated my daughter out of her rank, but it's not going to stop her from going to Texas A&M. At that time, he got Chief Simmons to come over and make me leave, escorted me out of the meeting. At that time, I was telling Chief Simmons, like, he's taunting me about changing my daughter's rank to number 3. Do you hear him? And he was like, he wants you to leave. And I said, okay. So I left. Then Chief Simmons escorted me all the way out the door. And I say, June 1st, I had a knock at the door, and it was the police. They were serving me a citation. They told me that Mr. Henson did not want me on the premises anymore. I was stunned because I hadn't did anything to say anything threatening to him,
in order to get the citation, but it was given to me. Later that day, I had called Chief Simmons to ask him, how is a person able to get a citation against someone that hasn't harmed them or did anything to them? And what he said is that I stated, if my daughter was not number one, we'll see what happens. And at that time, I told Chief Simmons that that is not what I said. And I actually have a recording of what I actually said. I don't know if I will be able to play that, but I do have that recording. And that'll be all.
No, ma'am, that's be new evidence to be entered.
Can I just, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? How is that new evidence when the whole issue that we're talking about is what she allegedly said that led to the criminal trespass?
The recording was not presented into the documents that was given at that time.
The facts that are outlined in the recording were, though. So I just want to point that out, that y'all are denying this parent the opportunity to rebut lies that have been made against her. And I also want to point out to you all, as the Board of Managers, who should be concerned with legal risk of this school district, that while you may believe there's not much you can be sued for, this is something that you can be. And I would encourage you to look up the situations that happen in Prosper ISD and McKinney ISD, where superintendents wrongly used their ISD police to have criminal trespass warnings issued against parents. Those parents sued. They both won legal settlements of tens of thousands of dollars. So parents have First Amendment rights, period.
Ms. Johnson, do you have anything else?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm still talking. You can't silence parents simply because you don't like what they say or because they're making you look bad.
Ms. Johnson?
No, I have anything else to say except for they did violate my civil rights for not letting me record a meeting.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Monica Johnson. Members of the board, I'm going to ask that you hold your questions, if any, until the conclusion of the presentation by both sides. Dr. Henson, will you be making the presentation on behalf of the administration?
Board Member Elders, yes, ma'am, I will. I'll be yielding time to Mrs. Nikki Edwards, Dr. Stacy Parker, and Mr. J.C. Bustamante.
All right, you will have 15 minutes to make the presentation on behalf of the administration. Board Secretary Ms. Terry will keep the time and will indicate to you when you have approximately 2 minutes left in your allotted time. Dr. Henson, you may proceed with your presentation at this time.
Board members, elders, I, as a superintendent of Marlin ISD, must adhere to the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA. The meeting on May 30th, 2023 was a meeting for parents and students only to discuss current academic status, grades, and other pertinent information that relates specifically to students. Parents had the opportunity to ask questions and could share information that may or may not personally identify their child. Recording or Facebook Live was not permitted due to, depending on how the recordings were created and edited, they may have included personally identifiable information, PII, about students and thus constitute education records that are protected under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. If the recording or Facebook Live included names or identifiable audio, communications, or images of students asking questions or engaging in discussions, then portions containing that information are personally identifiable information and do not constitute student education records. And do constitute student education records. Under FERPA, this situation must be treated as if the recordings were being shown to a third-party audience, i.e. Facebook group friends, which requires FERPA compliance through the use of consent or de-identification of any students depicted. In order to share recordings or Facebook Live, that includes student images, voices, personally identifiable information, or other educational records, the releaser must obtain a written FERPA consent from each student who can be seen or heard in the recording. During the town hall meeting on May 24th, 2023, I stated that a recalculation, re-verification of GPAs would have to take place to be in accordance with board policies EIC Local EIA local, and FEC local. Ms. Johnson stated 3 to 5 times in a threatening tone, "Let my baby not be number one," as she made a motion with her hand. She was given a verbal warning at the time by a district employee to cease the behavior. During the 9th through 11th grade parent meeting on May 30th, 2023, as I was speaking about the media not being present at positive events, Ms. Johnson stated by interrupting me 3 times, "It's because you lied/lie." I did not mention her daughter or her class rank. Class ranks were not finalized on May 30th, 2023. As she continued to interrupt me during the meeting, she was given a verbal warning by Police Chief John Simmons. Her behavior of interrupting me continued until she was no longer in the meeting. On May 30, 2023, she made the following post via her Facebook account, MJ Johnson. "You may be able to kick me out of the meeting, but you won't be able to keep me out of your ass." Attachment 1. She made the following comment below her post. "To a name, yes, he think he can just say anything to people, but I'm not the one or the two, and he going to definitely remember me." On June 1st, 2023, she received a criminal trespass from Police Chief John Simmons. In direct correlation to the aforementioned events, she received the following decision as a part of her June 27th, 2023, Level 2 grievance response. The requested remedy that I, Monica Johnson, have the no trespassing taken away so I can attend my daughter, Makia Mooling's graduation on June 22nd, and I still have a son and family members that attend Marlin ISD, was granted. As stated during the Level 2 hearing on June 13, 2023, I informed Ms. Johnson that she will be allowed to attend her daughter's graduation at Marlin High School on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. Additionally, effective immediately, I am voiding the trespass provided to you on June 1st, 2023. You are no longer restricted from being on school district property. However, you are expected to behave in a manner that is appropriate for school settings. The Texas Education Agency on April 2nd, 2020, when discussing virtual classrooms, recordings, and FERPA, it speaks about FERPA and recordings. Provided the video recording does not disclose PII from student education records. If it does, then it counts as a FERPA violation. Or appropriate written consent is obtained if PII from the education record is concluded. And looking at notes from the U.S. Department of Education FAQs, among the factors that may help determine if a photo or video should be considered directly related to a student are the following: the audio or visual content of the photo or video otherwise contains personally identifiable information contained in a student's education record. A video recording of a meeting during which a specific student or students' grades are being discussed is directly related to that student because the discussion contains PII from the student's education record. During the meeting in question, students' grades were being discussed as parents chose that option. I yield my time to Mrs. Nikki Edwards.
Evening, Board President Johnson, members of the board. During that meeting, the district took all steps possible to protect the integrity of our students' information, with parents being able to freely share anything that they needed to share to get questions answered. To ensure that videos were not being taken, parents were asked to put up their phones so that videos were not being taken. Ms. Johnson states that her civil rights were violated in not being allowed to do recording. However, by her own admission, several times today and attempting to play a video, her civil rights must not have been violated in the fact that she did in fact record portions of that meeting.
I yield time to Dr. Stacy Parker.
Also to note and to add to the statements provided by Dr. Henson and Mrs. Edwards, because we wanted to offer that space for our parents to openly discuss concerns that they had and feel free to discuss their students. Parents did not, however, signed or were provided with written consent for their child's educational records to be shared with any third parties outside of the meeting, because it had become a trend for parents to attempt to make recordings for snippets to edit, to put on social media platforms, and to share out. We, as a district, did have to protect any personally identifiable information for all students in attendance. We had more parents than just Mrs. Johnson at that meeting, and those parents did not give any consent for recordings to be made or information to be shared.
I yield time to Mr. Jesse Bustamante.
Board Member Ehlers, members of the board, I want to call your attention to Ms. Johnson's requested remedy number 1 that requested Dr. Henson and Chief Simmons receive a reprimand. Ms. Johnson's requested remedy involves sharing confidential personnel information. Such information cannot be disclosed to parties outside of those directly involved in the personnel process.
Board Member Ehlers and members of the board, I have an ethical obligation to protect the privacy of student education records under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you?
Do you have anything, Monica?
Yes, to go back to, I have also, Mrs. Clifton had texted my daughter a message just saying when she found out the ranks were actually changed. So Mr. Henson did know that he had already changed her to number 3 by that meeting. I have evidence from what she texted my daughter when we found that out. I also have Chief Simmons on recorded telling us about the meeting that he had made me put my phone up. And the reason why I say that is because that was at the beginning of the move, where no personal information being showed, and on top of that, it is a open meeting. So if something that was supposed to be said that no one else is supposed to know about, you're supposed to do that individually, as in per person. But it was a whole meeting, so I should have had the right to record. And again, I do have evidence of what I said, that I did not threaten him. I did not do any no more gestures with my hand than he did when he speaks. But I do have audio of Chief Simmons admitting to making me put my phone down, and I also have a text that came from Mrs. Clifton when they actually recalculated the ranks, that lets me know and notifies me of the days that he did know before that meeting that she was always switched to number 3. That's how I knew that she was already switched to number 3.
And I would just
Anything-
add, FERPA applies to public or private schools that take money from the federal government. It does not apply to parents. So any parent recording anything would have no implication on the school district's obligation to protect student records under FERPA. FERPA doesn't apply to parents, period. And I think I don't know which person it was that said it, but that mentioned that it was a trend for parents to record things and put them on social media. That's why he didn't want a recording, because they had been putting things on social media and exposing the lies and the unethical behavior that was happening. It had nothing to do with FERPA. That's just something that's been made up after the fact to try and cover what happened. And finally, I would point you all to Texas Ed Code 37.105, which is the criminal trespass statute. There are specific things that have to be met in that statute before an administrator or resource officer can have a criminal trespass warning issued. Those requirements were not met in this particular case. And second of all, they also require that if you are going to issue a criminal trespass warning to somebody, that you provide certain information regarding appeals and how to challenge it and things like that. None of that was provided to this parent. You have an administrator on your staff who is abusing his authority to retaliate against parents, and you have people underneath him that are doing his bidding and lying about it. And you're refusing to let parents present evidence challenging that behavior. It's wrong, it's shameful, and you all should be ashamed of yourselves. And I'm sorry if you feel like that's not professional conversation, it's the truth.
Dr. Henson.
Board Member Ehlers, members of the board, I would like to reiterate that ranks were not finalized. We were in the process of calculations and recalculations. Also, as it relates to that meeting in question, it was known and understood that it was a closed meeting, not an open meeting, as in the previous town hall, to provide parents with that opportunity and space. And as we know, the criminal trespass was voided. No events were missed. And so the criminal trespass was voided within a very close time frame. I have no further comments at this time.
So no harm, no foul. Unfortunately, you can still be sued for wrongfully issuing it.
Thank you. Members of the board, are there any questions we need to address? Okay, if there are no questions from the board, this concludes this proceeding. At this time, the board will go into executive session to consider the information presented. No decision will be made in closed session. Following the board's decision, the board will reconvene in open session. The board will now go into executive session at 8:40 p.m. under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.0821. We will then reconvene into open session to take action if appropriate. Thank you very much for your time here tonight. sorry. The board is now reconvening in open session after deliberating the level 3 appeal filed by one parent in open session. The time now is 8:47. In accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, any action regarding this matter must be taken in open session. Do I have a motion on the level 3 complaint?
I move that the board denies the level 3 grievance, thereby denying the request relief.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Billy Johnson and a second by Berlene Terry. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your right hand. There are 3 for, 0 against, 0 abstained. The board has voted to deny the grievance. You will receive written confirmation of this decision. I now entertain a motion to adjourn this hearing.
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
The motion has been passed and seconded. We now convene at 8:48. Oh, we had to adjourn their joint meeting. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
The motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 8:49. Oh.